The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Senator Danielson,
Excused.
Exum,
Excused.
Fields, Senator Fields,
Excused.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Senator Hanson, Hinrichsen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Michelson Janae, Malika, Pelton B. Senator Pelton B.
Let the record show that the other Pelton told me to mark him absent. Absent.
Pelton R. Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Senator Sullivan,
Excused.
Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Senator Winter, Senator Winter,
Excused. Oh, she's here.
Zenzinger, Senator Exum, Senator Pelton B. Mr. President,
Here. Morning roll call is 32 present, 0 absent, 3 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Pelton, B. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
Approval of the journal. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Journal of April 25th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 26, 2024, correctly printed Senate Bills 219, 220, 221, 222, and 223. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 34, 75, 78, 116, 124, 129, 193, and 215. Correctly revised House Bills 1117, 1176, 1231, 1319, 1329, 1345, and 1380. Correctly revised House Bills 1149 and 1252. Correctly enrolled Senate Joint Resolution 17.
Committee reports.
April 25, 2024, Committee on Health and Human Services. After consideration on the merits of committee records following, Senate Bill 209 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1441 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1377 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Committee on Legislative Counsel, after consideration of the merits of committee records, recommends the following. House Bill 1053 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and House Bill 1368 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for a few moments of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please add Senator Sullivan to the roll? Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here because there is the family of Keith Homersham here. Keith Homersham recently passed and was a very significant member of the Adams County Health and Community Departments. If we could stand, I'm going to read a brief tribute for them, and then we can recognize them over here. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby recognizes the family and colleagues of Keith Homersham. The General Assembly hereby extends sincere condolences to the family and colleagues of Keith Homersham in honor of his passing, March 9th, 2024. The General Assembly commends his more than 20 years of public service for the citizens of Colorado at the Tri-County Health Department and the Adams County Health Department as manager of environmental health. He was an exceptional public health colleague and leader who mentored countless dozens along the way. His legacy will live on in all of the work within the communities in Colorado. Keith was a devoted husband, father, brother, son, colleague, and friend to so many. We extend our condolences to the entire Homersham family, including his wife, Patty. We are grateful for Keith's contribution in advancing environmental justice and thriving communities in our state. On request of State Senator Daphne Michelson Janae, if we could please just recognize the family and colleagues of Keith Homersham. We thank you and him for the service.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are joined here over on this side of the aisle by a very special young man from Douglas County, from Lone Tree, Colorado, Drake Nugent. He was the starting centerman for the Michigan Wolverines, who just won the College Football National Championship. And so I have a tribute here that I will read in honor of Drake. The Senate of the State of Colorado convened on the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends our warmest congratulations and commendation to Drake Nugent. As center for the undefeated University of Michigan football team, Drake took home the College Football National Championship title with his team on January 8th, 2024. Drake grew up in Douglas County, Colorado, and played in the Highlands Ranch High School football team before playing for 4 years at Stanford University football team. He then transferred to the University of Michigan, where he started every game of the championship season and was the first Coloradoan in 18 years to be a starting lineman on a Division I national championship team. Drake has been recognized many times for his successes both on and off the field, including being named a top 3 finalist for the Remington Trophy, a unanimous first-team All-Big Ten player, and a Pac-12 academic honor roll player. He has made his hometown proud, the state of Colorado proud, and has represented our state and our communities well. We wish him well and grant him success in the future. On request of Senator Kevin Van Winkle, given this day, the 25th day of April, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by President Steve Fenberg. Drake, thank you for joining us. And on my desk there, we have the state flag that flew over the state capitol the day the Michigan Wolverines took home the national championship title, and we'll present it to him there shortly. Thank you, Mr. President. Whoa, whoa.
Too far. Will the clerk please add Senator Fields to the roll? Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. We have the Teacher of the Year in the chamber again today. We've got Jessica May. Last year we had Jimmy Day, so now we got Jessica May. She is a family and consumer sciences teacher at the school district I work at. She is one of my colleagues. She works in Berthoud at Turner Middle School. She grew up, interestingly, with nearly 200 foster siblings. And so if you process what that is, that's a lot. She shares the same craziness I do in that she's a middle school teacher and love the middle school teachers. But what she recognizes is they want to feel seen and heard and talked to about life. And she says that the reason that she was meant to teach middle school is so she can teach her kiddos how to cry again, how to find their voice, tell others what they want and what they need. So, Ms. May, thank you so much for your work on behalf of students in Colorado. And representing Colorado, she gets to go to the White House tomorrow. So excited about that. So, thank you for being here today, and please travel safely.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Yes, hi. We have some special guests with us today over on the left side of the chamber, and I would like to recognize Keith Parker. Keith is a community activist, and he works with citizens in Aurora who have traumatic brain injury. Not just in Aurora, but anyone in the state who has traumatic brain injuries. He works with those people. He works selflessly, is a really wonderful person who cares so much about people in his community. I have gotten to know Keith over the last few years, and I know how tirelessly he works praying and hoping that we can eventually run legislation that does help those with traumatic brain injury. So Keith, thank you for everything you do. We want you to know how much we appreciate your work, and it does not go unnoticed what you are doing. Thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
So I don't get fined. I want to make sure we acknowledge Keith, but also the members of the Northern Aurora Quality of Life. So many individuals who are here today. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your work, and let's get to it.
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles on all of the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1176 by Representatives Hamrick and Joda and Senators Buckner and Fields concerning expanding the Behavioral Health Care Continuum Gap Grant Program to include a community investment grant for a new capital construction project and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1231 by Representatives Young and Doherty and Senators Kirkmeyer and Malika concerning state funding for 4 projects related to health sciences education programs for medical professions being undertaken by state institutions of higher education in connection therewith, authorizing the state to issue financed purchase of an asset or certificate of participation agreements to finance a portion of capital costs associated with construction of facilities for the University of Northern Colorado's College of Osteopathic Medicine, Metropolitan State University of Denver's Health Institute Tower, Colorado State University's Veterinary Health Education Campus, and expansion and renovation of Trinidad State College's Valley Campus main building, providing funding for escrow money that is required for accreditation of the University of Northern Colorado's College of Osteopathic Medicine by transferring money from the general fund for ultimate deposit to an escrow account and reducing the state reserve by the same amount for the period during which the money is held in escrow and making an appropriation. House Bill 1329 by Representatives Byrd and Lundstedt and Senator Marshman concerning the continuation of the State Board of Licensure for architects, professional engineers, and professional land surveyors and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1345 by Representatives Weissman and Soper and Senator Fields concerning the Human Trafficking Council in connection therewith, implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies, implementing certain recommendations by the Human Trafficking Council and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 129 by Senators Pelton B. and Colker and Representatives Degree Kennedy and Frizzell concerning protecting the privacy of persons associated with nonprofit entities and connection therewith, prohibiting public agencies from taking certain actions relating to the collection and disclosure of data that may identify such persons. Senate Bill 215 by Senators Zenzinger and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning modification of the effective date of House Bill 1421.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all bills on third readings of bills final passage consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1176, House Bill 1231, House Bill 1329, House Bill 1345, House Bill 129, and House Bill 215.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176 and House Bill 1329.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176 and House Bill 1329. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176 and House Bill 1231. Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176 and House Bill 1231. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be counted as a no vote on House Bill 1176, please.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176, House Bill 1329.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176 and House Bill 1329. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176.
Senator Will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176. Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. In an acknowledgement of the efficiency of the consent calendar, I request to be recorded as a no vote on 1176.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1176. With a vote of 26 ayes, 8 no, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1176 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Bridges, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Priola, Colker, Gonzalez, Coleman, Gardner, Exum, with a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1231 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Janal, Bridges, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Fields, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Colker, Exum, Roberts, Hanson, Simpson, Pelton B. Please add the president. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1329 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Roberts, Mullica, Hanson, Liston, Pelton B, Buckner, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused. House Bill 1345 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Marchman, Winter, Zenzinger, Janal, Gonzalez, Coleman, Colker, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Pelton B, Bridges, Hanson, Will, Van Winkle, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 129 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Van Winkle, Henriksen, Roberts, Priola, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Minority Leader Lundin. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 215 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Hanson, third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please add Senator Danielson to the roll? Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 193? It's a good thing we did that.
What?
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Danielson and Simpson and Representatives Duran and Pugliese, concerning a requirement that any annexation of lands within the exterior boundaries of a reservation of a federally recognized Indian tribe be approved by the Tribal Council of the Indian Tribe.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 193. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 193 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Coleman, Roberts, Exum, Hanson, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Mullica, Rich, Will, Liston, Minority Leader Lundin, Gonzalez, Janal, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Marchman, Colker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Winter, Fields, Priola, Buckner. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 34?
Senate Bill 34 by Senators Marchman and Colker and Representatives Garcia and Lindsay, concerning increasing access to school-based health care.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 34 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 34. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. Simpson. Gardner. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 34 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Priola, Fields, Bridges, Buckner, Zenzinger, Janal, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Coleman, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Hanson. Please add the president.
I was asking what's the proper motion?
Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 75?
Senate Bill 75 by Senators Priola and Rodriguez and Representative Bacon concerning requirements for transportation network companies and connection therewith, requiring transportation network companies to comply with transparency requirements and deactivation and suspension procedures and making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move Senate Bill 75 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Thank you for your vote today. I just want to thank the stakeholders, whether it was the transportation companies or the drivers, and the work that this has taken out of 2 years of my life of traveling. But I am glad that after the 2 years of stakeholdering and hours upon hours upon hours of stakeholdering that we got this bill in a good place. And just want to thank everybody that came to the table on this and asked for an aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, want to first thank the Majority Leader for starting the process on this bill with last year's bill, but then also the stakeholders on both sides of the issue digging in hard the last summer, fall, winter, and even this session and working. We finally adopted an amendment in appropriations that was one of the final pieces of a negotiation agreement. So probably the most thoroughly stakeholder bill I've ever worked on. I just want to thank the folks who participated the many hours and put in the hard work. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 75. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton R, Gardner, Will, Simpson. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 75 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Gonzalez, Bridges, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Henriksen, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 78?
Senate Bill 78 by Senators Marchman and Priola and Representatives Joseph and McLaughlin concerning including outdoor nature-based preschool programs as a type of child care center in the Department of Early Childhood for license-related matters and connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 78 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 78. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 78 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Winter, Buckner, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Fields, Priola, It's your bill. Cutter. Michelson, Janae. Coleman. Will. Exum. Will the clerk please read the title? Senate Bill 116.
Senate Bill 116 by Senator Buckner and Representative Joda, concerning healthcare billing for indigent patients receiving services not reimbursed through the Colorado Indigent Care Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 24-116, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 116. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 116 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Michelson, Janae, Coleman, Exum, Colker, Fields, Priola, Cutter, Marchman. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 124?
Senate Bill 124 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Rich, and Representatives Hartsook and Duran, concerning requiring health care coverage for biomarker testing.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24-124 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a brief moment to say that what an honor this has been to work on with Senator Rich, and that this bill is moving along with 16 other bills in 16 other states that came out of the NCOIL legislative group's decision, National Conference of Insurance Legislation. And really excited to be one of those 16 states. Please vote aye.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 124. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, Gardner. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 124 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Kirkmeyer, Hanson, Pelton B, Pelton R, Will, Colker, Gonzalez, Janal, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, Henriksen, Marchman, Winter. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1319?
House Bill 1319 by Representatives Duran and Winter and Senator Danielson, concerning the Colorado Professional Firefighter's License Plate, and in connection therewith specifying that the Colorado Professional Firefighter's License Plate expires upon the transfer of a motor vehicle and making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1319 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because this is an extension or a modification of the professional firefighter's license plate, it is necessary to understand how important professional firefighters are to us and how important it is that this license plate not be on vehicles that are not owned, driven by those people. And when you go on Wikipedia to find information about that, it's voluminous. And I don't think you can really make a necessary evaluation of how you should vote on this without some understanding of that. I mean, it's a good deal like the considerations of the Navy construction battalions and Seabees, but we are here on a Friday, and I will just urge an aye vote on the bill.
Motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1319. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1319 is passed. Co-sponsors.
For the firemen.
Senators Coleman, Exum, Mullica, Hanson, Minority Leader Lundin, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Baisley, Cutter, Colker, Gonzalez, Sullivan, Michelson Janae, Bridges,
I know, right? That looks like a flip. How does that flip?
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1380?
Sure, go ahead.
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Mabry and Senators Cutter and Huckes Lewis, concerning measures to increase consumer protections in transactions with debt-related services.
Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1380 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1380. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1380 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Hendrickson, Priola, Michelson Janae, Gonzalez, Winter, Danielson, Marchman, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Exum, Colker, Coleman, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1117?
House Bill 1117 by Representatives McCormick and Soper and Senators Marchman and Bridges, concerning including certain species under the authority of the state agencies that regulate parks and wildlife and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1117 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1117. Are there any yes votes? Oh, Senator, are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Will, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. Gardner. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1117 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Danielson, Winter, Zenzinger, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Cutter, please have the president. Please add Senator Buckner to House Bill 1117 as a co-sponsor. Is that what it was? Yeah. Committee reports.
April 26, 2024. Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1111 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1235 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1273 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 64 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 208 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 217 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we will be pulling up, you will be getting passed out some special order calendars. We're going to pull up Monday's special or second consent calendar and add them to today. So we'll get a special order second reading consent calendar. And then we're also pulling up the consent bills from this morning's appropriations on that consent calendar. We will also be adding a second reading of bills special orders calendar, which will include all of today's bills, the bills and appropriations, and SCR 001 from Monday. The bills will be in order of Senate bills first, House bill second. SCR 003 will be at the bottom of the second reading Senate bills. So the specials are being passed out, and I'll make that motion shortly.
In response to a request from the House for a conference committee on House Bill 1348, the Senate conferees are Senators Jaquez Lewis as the chair, Fields, and Van Winkle on the first conference committee on House Bill 1348. The Senate will stand in a brief recess as we get the computer ready for our specials orders calendar. The Senate will come to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 217, SCR 002, House Bill 1228, House Bill 1321, House Bill 1236, House Bill 1450, House Bill 1111, House Bill 1273, and the state up on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 11:40. That's 11:39. I don't want to wait a minute. On consent calendar, sorry. No, I read these ones.
The motion is that the Senate take up the bills mentioned by the Majority Leader on special orders consent at the hour of 11:40 a.m. This does require a 2/3 vote, sort of. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 11:40 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relax for everybody. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Fenberg and Representatives McCluskey and Ortiz concerning the Capitol Complex Renovation Fund. Senate Bill 217 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the repeal and reenactment of the law enacted by Senate Bill 23-228 that created the Office of Administrative Services for independent agencies in the Judicial Department. Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 by Senators Fenberg and Pelton B. Submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the modification of certain deadlines in connection with specified elections. House Bill 1228 by Representative Morrow and Senator Baisley concerning flexible scheduling options for corrections officers that result in differences in overtime pay. House Bill 1321 by Representative Brown and Taggart and Senator Roberts concerning aligning the Colorado statutes with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' financial model laws. House Bill 1236 by Representative Holtorf and Senators Pelton B. and Kirkmeyer concerning the creation of Women Veterans Appreciation Day. House Bill 1450 by Representatives Soper and Weissman and Senators Gonzalez and Gardner concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law. House Bill 1111 by Representatives Martinez and Wilson and Senator Pelton B. concerning the adoption of the Cosmetology Licensure Compact and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1273 by Representative Parenti and Senators Hendrickson and Pelton B. concerning the continuation of the Veterans Assistance Grant Program and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and the accompanying committee reports, which are Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 217, SCR 002, House Bill 1228, House Bill 1321, House Bill 1236, House Bill 1450, House Bill 1111, House Bill 1273, and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Report.
Is there any discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the committee report on all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before us is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 26, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 217, Senate Concurrent Resolution 2, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1228, House Bill 1321, House Bill 1236, House Bill 1450, House Bill 1111, House Bill 1273 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 217, SCR 2, passed in second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1228, 1321, 1236, 1450, 1111, 1273, as amended, passed in second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 64, Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 151, Senate Bill 192, SCR 003, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1235, House Bill 1337, and House Bill 1324 on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 11:46.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills mentioned on special orders at the hour of 11:46. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on specials at the hour of 11:46. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Will the clerk please read? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 208, and House Bill 1230 till Monday, April the 29th.
The motion before us is to lay over Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 208, and House Bill 1230 to Monday. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 64?
And I think you have to
64.
Okay, here's the changes. Okay. I remember hearing the hearing.
Senate Bill 64 by Senator Malika and Representative Byrd, concerning requiring the Judicial Department to make residential eviction-related information available to the public.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 64 and the Judiciary and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we did make an amendment to define qualified entity and who can make these requests, and would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Appropriations this morning, we were able to put on 2 amendments that significantly decreased the fiscal note. We removed a requirement for the department to publish district court opinions that have been appealed from the county court. And then we also require eviction cases to be filed by plaintiffs on the standard form that the judicial department uses, as well as the appropriation of the money for the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a really good bill with broad support. Essentially what this bill is doing is it's making sure that here in Colorado that we're getting the eviction data that we need in real time rather than delayed. And what that will do is that will really allow us to know what's going on so that we can send resources where they need to be and make policy in the best way possible. And so it's a really good bill. It's a bill that I think is going to be good for the people of Colorado, but it's also going to be good for policymakers as well so that we can address a real problem. And I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank my co-prime. I hopped on this bill because I thought it was such a good bill. We do eviction policy all the time here, and without getting the data to see where are our evictions happening, how much are they in each of the categories, and are the policies that we're working on here actually making a difference? And if not, how can we change that? And so that's why I jumped on the bill. It also had a high fiscal, and I was concerned that the high fiscal would have been problematic. And so it was super fun to work with the coalition as well as my co-prime on this bill, and urge your aye vote on SB 64.
Is there any, Senator Mullica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll echo what my co-prime just mentioned. She's worked really hard on this and came on and numerous meetings to get to this point to where we can get this across the finish line, and this wouldn't happen without her, so thank you to her as well.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 64? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 64. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 64 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 151?
Senate Bill 151 by Senators Lundin and Roberts and Senators Lundin and Roberts, concerning telecommunication security and in connection therewith, requiring the Public Utilities Commission to promulgate rules related to the removal, discontinuance, or replacement of critical telecommunications infrastructure that utilizes equipment manufactured by a federally banned entity or foreign adversary.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 151 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
This bill has been developing. It's gone through multiple iterations, all in the pursuit of the same thing, the proper integration of state law and federal requirements for national security and the Secure Act that the Congress has passed. It's more commonly known as the Rip and Replace program. We've found our way to a very good place in how we're managing the integration of both state policy and federal requirements. The committee took on a couple of amendments that got us headed in that direction.
Is there any further discussion on the Business, Labor, and Technology Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the BLT Committee Report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Roberts. We do have an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L007?
L007.
Senator
Strike
Roberts.
the business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. So, colleagues, this amendment is a strike below, the result of further conversations that occurred after the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee and where we are today. After we made amendments in the committee, there were still a few entities that had some concerns with the bill. We continued conversation with them. It's our understanding that this strike below gets everybody to a good place, and so appreciate all that work. We'll talk more about what it does when we adopt it, but for now, I'll ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Minority Leader Lundin.
And I'll reserve comments to the bill after the amendment gets put in place as well.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L007 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what this bill finally does now is, as I was saying at a very high level, it integrates the state's effort to comply with or help various companies that are doing business in the state comply with federal law. There was a challenge, a concern. We were at one point trying to use the Public Utilities Commission to help manage this process. It became clear through the course of the conversations it was better to put it in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management within the Department of Public Safety. That's fundamentally what this strike below does. It takes all the best policy elements that we've arrived at together, lodges them at a place where all the various stakeholders who have to interact say this is the best, most efficient, and we're always looking for optimized government operations way to go about business. And so Amendment 7, as adopted, and which becomes Senate Bill 151, now achieves all of that. Good bill. Vote yes.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the good minority leader for his work on this and all of the stakeholders that had input on this. Our federal government has identified telecommunication security as a priority and something we need to take seriously, and so this bill will help Colorado with those efforts. We heard testimony in committee about a provider in Northwest Colorado that I represent that needs some assistance and will benefit from this bill, as well as other companies and providers across the state. It's a very good bill now that's been refined with L007, and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just talking about the amendment here, I was in the committee, heard the bill, was a no on the bill, had no idea that there was a 5-page amendment that was forthcoming, and was never briefed on it or sent to me so I could take a look at this. So I'm not sure that's how policy down here is done, but I'll still be a no on it, and I'll try to read through it the rest of the day and see where I can get on it, but thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 151? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 151. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Roberts.
And Senate Bill 151, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 151 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 192?
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Michelson Janay, concerning changes to the law requiring persons in the business of selling motor vehicles to make a consumer whole if the motor vehicle fails to perform.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 192 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
And
The Appropriations report.
all right, to the BLT committee report.
In the BLT committee report, we amended to bring things closer for some of the manufacturers, and I'm about to bring an amendment that brings the rest of the stakeholders to a decent place. And I ask for an aye vote, although I have to amend that report. So do I do that now?
It's
No.
okay, yeah. All right, is there any further discussion on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
We did appropriations things. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, and there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007?
L007, amend the business.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L007 was worked on with the auto manufacturers, new and used auto dealers, and the Department of Revenue. It does not change the positions of any of these stakeholders. Everyone is supportive or neutral. It adds a definition of lemon law buyback vehicle statute is easier to read, and additional clarity, plus conforming language aligns the buyback deals with the update of the drive system in the CDOR for operational efficiency, and it updates the third-party inspection language to apply to any vehicles sold to a consumer and adds guardrails so inspections do not interfere with the normal business activity and are done safely.
And Senator, may I ask for a motion on the amendment?
Yes, I move Amendment L7 to Senate Bill 192.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion for us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank everybody who worked so hard on making this bill a good bill for Colorado that gets our manufacturers to a good place and it gets our dealers to a good place, and it protects our consumers from buying lemons and from not having a vehicle inspected before being purchased. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 192. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 192 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Concurrent Resolution 003?
Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 by Senator Janal, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution removing the ban on same-sex marriage.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move SCR 003.
To the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to speak in support of SCR 003, which is the Freedom to Marry resolution. And as representatives of the people of Colorado, it's our shared responsibility to uphold the principles of equality and justice for all citizens, regardless of political affiliations. As many of you know, same-sex marriage is currently legal in the United States because of the landmark decision of Obergefell v. Hodges in 2015. While we're protected today, our state constitution still reflects outdated language and values, stating that marriages are only valid between one man and one woman. SCR 003 seeks to remove the state's constitutional ban on same-sex marriage through a vote of the people in November and ensure our Colorado Constitution reflects our shared values in freedom, fairness, and the pursuit of happiness. Polls consistently show that a majority of Americans, regardless of political affiliation, support the right of same-sex couples to marry. Now's the time to ask Colorado voters to remove the unconstitutional provision. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on the resolution? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as it turns out, this is the only mention of marriage in the Colorado State Constitution. While I would be in favor of retaining the recognition of marriage as the religious foundation, the Judeo-Christian and Quran, I believe, definition of marriage as being between man and woman. This would be a removal of any mention in the state constitution, and so I think that's okay. In fact, I think it's probably preferable in the current state of our community, of our state and nationwide community. But I would also like to go a little further to, and we'll possibly follow this up statutorily next year, to remove all recognition of marriage by the state through licensure, for instance, because this is effectively an appropriation of a religious institution by the government. So let's just withdraw altogether, allow churches to define marriage and to recognize marriages as each church sees fit. We could establish that, maybe contractually between individuals as an appropriate role for government, but I think I would prefer blockchain to government involvement. But at any rate, yeah, let's look at removing government entirely out of recognizing what marriage is, because I believe it's no longer in a position of being able to assert a position because we are so divided on such things of a spiritual nature. Thank you.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Deep breaths. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just give me a sec. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I want to thank the senator from Fort Collins and my entire LGBTQ caucus. In the Capitol, I was so proud to be elected as the co-chair of the caucus. For all the work to get this measure to where we are today. Colleagues, there is no other policy ever that could be more personal to me than this. I met my spouse, Allison, almost 20 years ago. In 2004, we're celebrating our 20th year anniversary, June 12th. We're going to see Sarah McLachlan because that was our first date, and she's coming back to Red Rocks. At that time, we had no idea that marriage or the accompanying joyous family celebrations would ever be an option for us. Most of our friends held private ceremonies, and they would call it getting married. It was in mountain parks and backyard gardens and places that were beautiful and joyous. After Allison and I were living together and sharing our life together, when the Colorado legislature decided to pass civil unions in 2013, we said yes, finally. We were finally going to be legitimate and partially legal. We would never have to worry again that if I was hospitalized or if Allison had to go into a hospital, that we would be able to be by each other's side. My sister at the time was not in favor of same-sex marriage, so having this legal protection meant the world to us. So we went together in 2013 in June with 4 other couples to Chautauqua Park in Boulder. Please, colleagues, please sit down. Thank you. Thank you. We went to Chautauqua Park with the beautiful Boulder Flatirons in the background with 300 of our closest friends. And my parents flew in from the East Coast, and Allison's parents flew in from Texas. And we got unionized. That's what we called it, unionized. We didn't have a term for civil union back then. It was one of the most special days in my entire life. But it wasn't full rights. It wasn't full rights at all. We couldn't purchase certain property together. We couldn't do certain things together as a couple. But then, in 2014, when many same-sex couples came together and challenged Colorado's laws, we were part of the 200 couples that challenged in Boulder County, and our county clerk, Hillary Hall, issued us a marriage license. No fanfare, no ceremony. We just went in and she said, quick, let's get this done, let's do it. We were so happy. We held that marriage license high in the air because we could not believe that we were finally legal. But we weren't. We were not. A couple days later, we got a phone call from the clerk who said all the licenses were on hold, all of them. So we sat there in quasi-legal what? What were we supposed to do with that? We waited. We didn't know what to do. Our relationship was on hold. And then finally, the Supreme Court weighed in. And we had the Obergefell announcement. We were so happy. We could finally be legal. We could finally feel like we are just like y'all. We are just like anyone else. We can fall in love. We can build a life together. And we will be safe. The reason why I wanted to share my story with you is because if we don't do this measure, there is a chance that folks in the future will not be able to have this same right, this same joy, this same bringing families together, this having kids, having futures together. That's how important this is. Colleagues, our LGBTQ community is very afraid, living in fear that rights will be taken away. Please help us feel like we are just like anyone else, able to have our lives together, to be affirmed by the equal protection of the law of Colorado, that will all be treated equally. We can't go backwards in this. We just can't. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SCR 003 presents something of a question of whether one should remove language from the Constitution that is no longer operative. I noted in committee yesterday that the United States Constitution still has language that in essence is a reference to slavery, overtaken by subsequent amendments, but nevertheless, the language was not stricken from the Constitution. If you take an approved version of the Constitution, you'll find it there in Article 1, Section 3, I think it is. Do understand, and I urge neither an aye or a no on this. I think it's a very personal question and vote. But do understand that if this matter is referred to the voters of Colorado, and probably will be, and if it appears on the ballot, it will perhaps become emotionally supercharged on an issue which I consider to be quite settled, but it will be used politically on both sides of the aisle to crank out the turnout and so forth. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I think it might. Just so you know, Article 2, Section 31 of the Colorado Constitution currently reads, marriage is valid or recognized. It says only a union of one man and one woman shall be valid or recognized as a marriage in this state. Now, it's interesting, and by the way, if you look at the note, that was initiated in 2006, added upon, effective upon the proclamation of the governor for 2007, and that was done on December 31, 2006. Now, the practical effect of this was upon adoption of civil unions in Colorado, and I was here for that debate, and I thought finally that issue is over. Like it or not, however it was, to me it was a settled issue. Now, the interesting thing was a clerk and recorder could not issue a same-sex couple a marriage license in Colorado in 2014. They issued a civil union license. But if you looked at all of our statutes, you found that a marriage and a civil union, in terms of legal consequences at that time, were functionally equivalent. In fact, and I don't know that anyone ever did this, but an opposite-sex couple who wished to have a civil union as opposed to a marriage could do that. And in Colorado, just as an aside, but to the question of marriage and on the bill, this does go to the bill. We are so, I hate to say cavalier, but it almost seems so. You can get married at your kitchen table in Colorado. I know people who have, and interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to affect the longevity of marriages, whether you marry at the kitchen table or you marry in a church with 10 bridesmaids and equivalent groomsmen, and the difference between, I think it's probably, some of the former clerks could tell me, I think it's probably a $10 fee or something as opposed to a $10,000. Or I was at the Broadmoor not long ago, and there was $1 million wedding going on, but the longevity of that wedding of that marriage won't be determined by the amount of money spent. All of that to say, and on this bill, is that the legal consequences were such that this was, in many ways, a settled issue even in 2014 in Colorado, except whether you call something a marriage or a civil union. And that difference perhaps made a difference to some. And then in 2015, the United States Supreme Court decided the Obergefell decision. And if you look at Section 31 of Article 2, and you look at you see a couple of notes about equal protection and so forth leading up to Obergefell. And then note 3 says, in Obergefell versus Hodges, 576 U.S. 644, 2015, if you want to take a look, the United States Supreme Court interpreted state constitutional and statutory provisions similar to Section 31 of Article 2 of the state constitution and to this provision, and held what? That the right to marry is a fundamental right, and that the 14th Amendment requires a state to license a marriage between two people of the same sex and to recognize a marriage between two people of the same sex when their marriage was lawfully licensed and performed out of state. Subsequently, I think we have conformed statute to that, and if you go to the clerk and recorder today with your same-sex partner and say, we're here to get a marriage license, they will promptly and duly issue you a marriage license. I will say, marry in haste, repent at leisure, but that seems to work for all couples. So this is a solemn thing that one does. Now, why should we do this? I think the arguments made are that someday in the future, the United States Supreme Court may decide to overturn Obergefell and then what? Well, actually, and then what in Colorado? Nothing. Our laws already account for this. We don't have like an Arizona 1864 prohibition on abortion thing that will spring back into life. I want to assure everyone, whether this passes, whether it doesn't pass, same-sex marriage is here in Colorado to stay. I believe it's here in the United States to stay. We have what I think will be the high water mark of conservative courts who would question whether this was appropriate, because the dissent in Obergefell didn't say that same-sex unions, same-sex marriages were wrong. It said, similar to the Dobbs decision, that it was an issue for states to decide what to do. But I don't think I think people are concerned because Dobbs overturned Roe versus Wade, and the concern out there is, oh my goodness, what if that happens to Obergefell? Obergefell rests on a right of association, which is found in the United States Constitution and recognized. Roe versus Wade was based on the writing of the day, described it as penumbras around the existing rights. And so I don't think there's a danger of this. And by the way, if I haven't given this a lot of thought because I don't think it happens, but if Obergefell were overturned, again, the law in Colorado is what it is with regard to same-sex marriage now. And talk about your nightmare if one were going to then come to the Colorado General Assembly and try to repeal same-sex marriage in Colorado. I don't even know how you undo and unravel all of those legal relationships with children, property, obligations between spouses. I don't even know how you get there. So, for those of you who argue we've got to do this or else, I would say to you, no, and I mean in all good faith, I say to you, no, we don't. I think the law is settled. I think in some ways the culture of our country is settled on this matter. There will be those who continue to believe that marriage should only be between a man and a woman. It's a free country. It's a great country. People can continue to believe what they want. I believe a whole lot of things that are different as evidenced by my no votes on many things that aren't the law and aren't likely to be changed, not in my lifetime or your lifetime or anybody's lifetime. So, what are we going to accomplish with SCR 003? Well, I think it has some value and it has some importance. There are those who look at Section 31 of Article 2 and find it to be disturbing and offensive and unsettling to them. And I guess I would say that from a legal matter, it should not be unsettling to you. But if it's just unsettling because of its existence, I would say no more so, and should be no more so, than certain words and phrases in the official versions of the United States Constitution that are displayed behind glass and protected carefully. They weren't right. The political battles were heated. The question is settled. I think the fight for rights goes on, but let me tell you, removing words from the state constitution or the U.S. Constitution won't change that. In fact, sometimes I think it is important that such things are there to remind us of our history. As I started this discussion, I said I do not urge you to vote yes or no on SCR 003. I find it troubling. I find it as troubling in a way as those who find the existence of the words troubling. And I guess that's just the problem of dealing with history. just the problem of dealing with the existence of what the past was. So when you vote for SCR 003, I would say to you, you're not going to change the world. You're not going to change the attitude of those who vote against SCR 003 at the ballot box, and there will be some number, undoubtedly. It might be an interesting referendum upon the acceptance of same-sex marriage in Colorado. I think it might be that, if nothing else. It might be a referendum upon the acceptance of same-sex marriage. My own observation is that after Obergefell, so many people say, I believe as I believe about it. The law is what it is, and we'll live with the law. So I appreciate everyone listening to my thoughts and musings about what will not change the law of the state of Colorado, but will remove what is a non-operative provision from our Constitution that some find, many, I should say, find offensive. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on SCR 003? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1235?
House Bill 1235 by Representatives Brown and Byrd and Senators Fenberg and Zenzinger, concerning measures to reduce the impact of aviation on surrounding communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1235 and I don't think there is an appropriations report, so I just moved the bill.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you very much. Members, this bill concerns measures to reduce the impact of aviation on surrounding communities. And essentially what it does, there was a significant amount of work that was done in the House, however. So much of the bill has changed since it has come over to our chamber. But I'll just give an overview about what the bill still continues to do. What it does is it creates a tax credit for our aircraft owners to convert or have their planes certified to use unleaded aviation fuel. This tax credit is estimated to cost the state approximately $800 next year and less than $18,000 in the following year. The bill also designates state funding up to an amount of $1.5 million per year to help transition away from the leaded fuel that is currently used in aviation, particularly among those smaller planes that fly out of the smaller airports. We're not talking jet fuel, we're talking aviation fuel. Also, the bill expands the allowable uses of the state's aviation grant program to include funding for infrastructure that will help accelerate our transition away from the leaded aviation fuel. We can't necessarily direct any of our airports to move away from this fuel. This is something that is really in the purview of the federal government. There is a plan to move away from these types of leaded fuels in the year 2030. What we are doing here with this bill is we're trying to accelerate that move to unleaded fuel prior to 2030, if we can. We're also going to, with this bill, ensure that airports that are in populated areas are working with their communities to establish voluntary noise abatement plans and plans to transition away from unleaded fuel. And I just want to underscore that point, voluntary noise abatement plans. We're not telling anybody that they have to do it or how to do it. We are working really hard with the entire aviation community so that we can get to a place where we are working together in a more collaborative way, in particular around establishing these voluntary noise abatement plans. The bill also helps provide communities who are disproportionately affected by aviation by giving them a voice in our statewide conversations about aviation by expanding the Aeronautics Board. We're not expanding it greatly. We're just adding 2 positions to the board. We feel that this is important so that we can have more robust conversations about the full spectrum, the full range of issues that are impacting our communities. And then lastly, this bill instructs the Division of Aeronautics and the Department of Public Health and Environment to continue to aid airports and communities regarding both noise and lead issues. I will stop there. That's just a description of the bill. I have more that I could say about the bill, but I want to give an opportunity for my co-prime sponsor to also talk about the importance of this bill to his community.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will echo everything that my co-prime mentioned about this bill. I especially want to thank the House members who did the lion's share of the work on this policy. This bill is quite a bit different than it was in its original form, and I think it really does represent a collaboration, partnership. A lot of folks have come to the table to get this to a place that moves the conversation forward in a constructive manner. As the senator said, it provides a tax credit for the owners of the aircraft. It provides technical assistance and funding specifically for transitioning and helping mitigate some of the impacts that are happening in our communities. And then probably most importantly, it gives a legitimate voice to the communities that are impacted. This isn't meant to attack the industry. This isn't meant to pick on anyone. It is really meant to ensure that there's a constructive conversation to solve some of these disagreements and these problems. And I really think it's an important bill. Doesn't solve everything, but it's an important bill to move the conversation forward, and I think it's constructive and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1235? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will thank the sponsors because I feel like their heart is in the right place. Just so you know, my husband's been a pilot for more than 50 years. And so I did talk to him about this bill, and he had some comments about it, as do some of the general aviation pilots do from my area. And whether this is what I think maybe that this bill was an effort to address, maybe the complaints of neighbors surrounding 2 large Denver airports. And yet, this bill might do some damage, regulatory and financial, for not only those 2 locations, but for every airport in Colorado. Aviation is a significant part of the Colorado economy, and training new pilots is essential for national defense, airline staffing, cargo movement, law enforcement, medical transport, firefighting, and a host of other functions. Airports everywhere, large and small, support these critical Colorado and national needs. Training new pilots requires significant flight time, both day and night, and in various weather conditions. Demand is high, especially in densely populated areas near major cities, and aircraft engines all make noise. Airports, once in the countryside, have been surrounded by housing development through no fault of their own. Additionally, the fuel used by most training aircraft is low lead, as there are no currently approved unleaded fuels for all aircraft engines at this time. Significant development effort toward that end is underway and backed by pilots and aircraft owner organizations. Safety is paramount for aircraft occupants and those on the ground below. Low lead fuel provides it for the time being. It's my understanding that there's been 4 separate studies around the Rocky Mountain Metro, and that it has revealed no lead beyond safe limits. Again, I guess everyone will vote their conscience on this. For me, it seems like this is premature, given continuing unleaded fuel development efforts, and too broad in its scope, treating all Colorado airports the same, even though most are displaced from nearby built-up areas. A one-size solution, which we seem to do a lot here, doesn't seem to fit all. And while I appreciate where you're trying to go, I will be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely understand the comments that are coming from the good senator from Grand Junction, but I think that most of those comments reflected the pre-amended version. We made essentially a strike below amendment in the House that took away anything that resembled regulation, requirements. The entire thing is now voluntary. The entire aviation industry stood down and who were in an opposed position are no longer in an opposed position because we worked with them on all of these amendments. And in fact, there was nobody registered in opposition to this bill, and it passed almost unanimously out of the House. I think large part because of the good work that was done by our co-prime sponsors in the House to address some of the concerns that were brought up by the good senator from Grand Junction. We don't believe at this point in time that this bill will have a huge impact, but it is a first step in the right direction about just moving us along on this conversation. Just enabling in a voluntary basis the ability for airports, if they want, to apply for these grants or these tax credits to do so. It doesn't force anybody to do that, and it also it would be completely voluntary if they wanted to embrace the state funding in this way. And again, we anticipate that it would forego approximately $800 in the next budget year and possibly up to $18,000. So it's not even having an outsized impact financially or fiscally at this point. So you might ask, well, then why still do the bill if there were so many significant amendments that were done in the House? I think it was really important to our communities that are impacted by airports, but also working with our local economic development corporations who also were at the table and really demonstrated the economic value of our airports in our communities. I know that the airport that I have in my district is a really important asset to our county. And so we wanted to move forward in a way where all parties would be satisfied with what we can do at a state level. This is largely out of our hands. I mean, this is concerning like federal regulations at the FDA level. And so we're not able to do that work at a state level, and then also, you know, the state doesn't own the airport. It's a local airport, so in my community anyway, which is part of the reason why we work so hard with all of the stakeholders involved to get it to a place where we felt that everybody could be satisfied with the bill. So absolutely recognize the good comments from the senator from Grand Junction. I think that there were a lot of people that had those kinds of concerns, which is what prompted us to double down and to work greater on the bill. We had a really robust and quite frankly, a very satisfying committee hearing as well. It did come out of the committee, the Finance Committee, with only one no vote, and it was only a no for now from the good senator from Van Winkelville.
Highlands Ranch.
Because I can't think about where he's from right
Highlands
now.
Ranch.
Highlands Ranch. And that was in acknowledgement of the work that had been done. So I also want to thank some key people that represent the aviation industry. They're watching us behind the glass over there. And so it truly was a really good effort to be able to recognize the legitimate concerns of the aviation industry and still put forward something where our constituents and our residents of Colorado felt satisfied that they were being heard. You know, we are going to get there eventually. We are going to get there to a place where we will be able to use unleaded fuels for aviation. It's just going to take a little bit longer. It's as the good senator from Grand Junction said, it's not easily obtainable right now, and it's definitely expensive. It is very expensive to our airports to be able to convert to these using unleaded fuels, and that's really the impetus of this bill, which is to try and assist, to try to help so that we can make that conversion less painful, so that we can make it more speedily in advance of 2030, but on a voluntary basis. Again, this would be something that the little small airports that we have, like the one in my community, would have to opt into. They would have to seek out the grants and work on obtaining those grants and demonstrating that they would put them to good use. And if they so chose, if they chose to do that and they were awarded the grants, then we think that it's a win-win because it would be something that they wanted to do as opposed to us coming in and telling them to do something. So again, members, I'm very proud of the bill, and I'm very grateful to the House sponsors that did so much work in the House before it came over to us in the Senate, and I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate all of the work and certainly said, you know, vote your conscience on this, but I will make one correction here. On third reading in the House, it wasn't mostly a yes vote. It was a party line vote. So it didn't really change anyone's mind.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1235? Seeing none, the motion before us is the option of House Bill 1235. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1235 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1337?
House Bill 1337 by Representative Joda and Bacon and Senator Coleman, concerning the rights of a unit owner in a common interest community in relation to the collection of amounts owed by the unit owner to the common interest community.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Myself and the good senator from Colorado Springs move House Bill 1337, the Local Government and Housing Committee Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The committee report is a result of continued stakeholder work with the HOAs and with Habitat for Humanity. We prohibited certain individuals from purchasing a foreclosed home in an HOA to avoid any potential conflicts of interest. We stated that if a home has any deed restrictions at the time of foreclosure, those deed restrictions must remain intact. There's cleanup language that we worked on with Colorado Mortgage Lenders Association and who helped us make sure the right of redemption for HOA foreclosures created in the bill fits into our current foreclosure and right of redemption process for all residential properties. And finally, we clarified that if the person with the highest priority doesn't end up purchasing the home for one reason or the other, the subsequent alternate lieners have 5 days to exercise that right and come up with funds to purchase a home. We ask for an aye vote in the committee report.
Further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L012?
L012, amend the local
Senator
government.
Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We move L012.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment is to address concerns by the HOAs and the Colorado Bankers Association. It clarifies that the process for foreclosure does not apply to LLCs or timeshares that own units. We also added a notice to any lien holders when a homeowner receives notice of legal action and the ability to engage in mediation, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L016?
L016.
Senator
amendment
Coleman.
goes-
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We move L016.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. L016 creates an exception for a judge to consider awarding attorney fees above the cap for extenuating circumstances, added a CPI factor as well on the $5,000 cap. Members, this is an amendment that we worked on just recently, recognizing there were still some concerns with the bill, wanted to make sure the bill is in the best place possible, and we thank all stakeholders for their involvement in this amendment, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, in short order, the bill requires that HOAs do several things to ensure accountability when seeking to foreclose on a person's home. It also introduces a right of redemption procedure when a home has been foreclosed on and sold at auction to allow a family member, tenant, or community organization to recover a home while letting the HOA move forward in trying to recover the outstanding debt. Also, it allows for an HOA to exhaust all available options before initiating a foreclosure, and then the bill is limited to judicial foreclosures only because recent data shows that all but 2 cases are filed through the judicial process and through the county trustees, and we ask for your support.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we as a legislative body have passed laws seeking to protect homeowners living in HOAs, but these laws have not resolved many issues facing homeowners threatened. As Colorado faces a housing crisis, passing House Bill 1337 is more important than ever to ensure that no one is losing both their home and their equity for what we too often are relatively small amounts of debt. House Bill 1337 will give homeowners living in HOA more recourse if they lose their home due to a foreclosure by establishing a right of redemption after the home sales at auction, which means that the homeowner, tenants of the home, and others will have 180 days to purchase. And finally, the bill will help Colorado take steps to both keep Coloradans in their homes and preserve our existing community health. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank the sponsors for all their work, especially on this last amendment. The HOAs still would have liked to have seen a little more work, around the attorney's fees, because there are bad actor owners. Not everybody that owns a property is on the up and up. So, but we do appreciate the sponsors' good works. I was a no in committee, and I'll probably still be a no, but to be honest, this is out of my wheelhouse. There may be a couple HOAs in my whole district, and that's 25% of the state. It's just so rural that we just don't have HOAs. But, the bill does a few things concerning how, when, and who is impacted during a non-payment of assessment or adherence to HOA bylaws when the process of foreclosure or involuntary transfer of ownership takes place. Also, this bill sets a priority of those who can redeem a lien once a foreclosure sale has taken place. Again, this isn't my wheelhouse. I got on the local gov and housing committee to be in local gov, but we see a lot of housing come through that committee, and we have an excellent chair that helps us navigate through that committee. But that's all I'm going to say for now. But thank you to the sponsors again for all your work here at the last minute, working on some amendments, and that's all I have.
Senator Rich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm a member of local government, so we did hear this in committee. I was a no at that time. Most likely I am still a no. For those of you that live in homeowners associations, and according to the Greeley Tribune, about half of Colorado residents live in communities overseen by an HOA. And so with a bill like this, it means that half of Colorado could potentially see the increase of their HOA fees as a way to offset the incurred costs of those who break the rules and don't pay on time. The bill seeks to create a list of those who have the right of redemption in the 180 days following the involuntary transfer or foreclosure purchase. During the 180-day window, the foreclosure purchaser is prohibited from selling the unit. The list of those with a right to redemption include a few redundant entities and places the government or government-assisted above private entities and investors. Specifically, this bill places nonprofit entities that focus on affordable housing development above community land trusts and cooperative housing corporations. This prioritization, along with the local and state governments having the first right to refuse, give the government an unfair advantage to the free market. So essentially, this bill adds costs on the back of good-paying homeowners. So that ends up hurting homeowners. And I'm not sure if there's any other area of law that caps attorney's fees. This is the most physically harmful bill that we have seen in years. There's no incentive to keep attorney's fees low. And bottom line is, neighbors shouldn't have to pay other debts. So right now, I'm still a no vote on this bill, respectfully.
Senator Pelton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to come up again, you know. This bill has been made better by the amendments. But with all the HOA bills that we hear in that committee, makes me very thankful I live out in the sticks where I do. Makes me think that I would never want to live in a city that has an HOA. But again, I just wanted to reiterate my appreciation to the sponsors.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1337, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1337. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1324?
House Bill 1324 by Representative Clifford and Senator Liston concerning the Attorney General's oversight of restrictive employment agreements.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1324 and the Business, Labor, and Technology report.
To the committee report.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we had one amendment to this landmark legislation, 1324. And it basically is Amendment L007, and it really just substituted 3 or 4 words that I'll read to you. It says necessary to implement and enforce, and it struck a couple lines. And basically in in real English, what it does is this amendment will restrict the Attorney General's authority to only training repayment agreements provisions. So I asked for an aye vote on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report and the amendment that we put on.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, as I said just a minute or two ago, what the amendment did was to limit the AG's authority to training repayment agreement provisions, otherwise known as TRAPs. That's the euphemism. So if you hear me say TRAP agreements, that's what it really stands for. People go, well, what does TRAP mean? It sounds like, well, have they set a trap for the employers or the employees? And they really haven't. So when I refer to TRAPs, I'm referring to the euphemism of what it really means of training repayment agreement provisions. So those are the TRAP agreements. If anybody wants to say anything, repeat that, it's TRAP agreements. Members, it's my pleasure to explain this bill to you. What it really concerns, House Bill 1324, it concerns the Attorney General's oversight of restrictive training repayment agreements provisions, otherwise known as TRAP agreements. What we're attempting to do in this bill is strike a fair balance that will be fair to the employee to receive enhanced training on one hand that can be paid for by the employer. That's where they get these so-called TRAP agreements, training repayment agreement provisions that can be paid for by the employer, and yet you don't want them, on the other hand, so restrictive that the employee is inadvertently made to feel like an indentured servant to the employer. So there again, the purpose of this is to really just bring some balance. This piece of legislation was stakeholdered by a number of groups, business groups, such as the Colorado Chamber of Commerce, although used to be known as the Colorado Association of Commerce and Industry, CASE, but it's now called the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. The Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce, which is my Chamber of Commerce, they testified in regards to the bill. They're comfortable with it. The Colorado Competitive Council, which is otherwise known as C3, they came and testified regarding the bill. The Colorado Bankers Association, known as CBA, the Colorado Bankers Association, they weren't there in person, but they did come and they testified online. They testified for the bill. Basically, once again, members, what the bill is intended to do is to grant the Attorney General's office rulemaking authority over these so-called TRAP agreements, restrictive employment training agreements. It allows the Attorney General's office to oversee them. And I might add, I was kind of honored. I think the whole committee was honored that the Attorney General himself came and testified for the bill, and he had some good, compelling testimony, Attorney General Weiser. So it's really the first time I've really met him up close, and a nice fellow, and he did a very good job testifying for the bill. See what else I can tell you. I want to, be very thorough, Mr. Chairman, and go over, once again, basically the intent of this piece of legislation is to add some modicum of consumer protections. Let me give you an example, if I may. Mr. Chairman, that of kind of how a TRAP agreement works is that kind of a good example is that you might have a dog grooming or a pet grooming facility, and the young person, you know, it's kind of their first job. They're 17, 18 years old, and you know, they want the job, and the employer might say, okay, well, we'll hire you, but by the way, we have this agreement that we want you to sign so that we want you to get advanced training on how to do the intricacies of dog grooming and cat grooming. And if you're 18 years old, 17 years old, and you want that first job, you're probably going to sign almost anything. And so, you go through the advanced dog grooming school, and you get all this training, and you come back and you're full of vim and vigor, and you go, man, I can do this. Somebody else wants to hire me. I'm gonna leave the employment. I went through this course. Unbeknownst to you, your current employer, might have paid $5,000 for this advanced dog grooming training, and you're ready to leave, and they go, well, by the way, if you leave, you owe me $5,000. Well, $5,000 to someone who's 18 years old, I mean, to anybody, $5,000 is a lot of money, at least to me it is. But to an 18, 19-year-old, to get that first job, and they have to repay that $5,000, their head's gonna explode. They go, gosh, how did I get into this? Well, the employer's gonna say, well, you signed this agreement, and I'm gonna take you to court because you've only been here 30 days, and you're leaving me in the lurch. So, sorry. So, that's an example of what this significant piece of legislation, 1324, is meant to do, is to, an abuse like that, at least to have some type of regulatory authority over it. Now, it might be different to a technology company that hires a good engineer like my colleague from Woodland Park, who's an engineer and so forth, and they hire him for advanced training, and they put $10,000 into his training, and he comes back and does the advanced training, but he's got a pretty high salary, probably, well into 4 figures. Oh, I mean 5 figures, maybe even 6 figures. So that, anyways, and if they came back to him and he had to repay $5,000, but he's got a 6-figure salary, he could probably swallow that. So I don't want to belabor things, members. There was no opposition to the bill. It passed out of committee, 7-0. I'm proud to be on this bill. I think, Mr. Chairman, that Senator Henriksen was supposed to be on the bill, but there's paperwork that will catch up eventually. So if you see his name on the bill, I know he's maybe had to leave. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1324.
Thank you. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was in committee, Business, Labor, Technology, excuse me, that heard this bill, and I want to share my thoughts. This is kind of a standard thing, at least in the advanced technology world, where employers will invest in its employees, and sometimes quite a bit of money, tens of thousands of dollars. And of course, they want to put some golden handcuffs on those employees to keep them around for a while so that the company can get the benefit of the training, especially when the training is specific to their current responsibilities. And sometimes even to responsibilities that they are hoping to to acquire in a promotion. So it's not an unreasonable thing, in my opinion, to ask employees to agree to pay back those training costs if they leave the company, especially for a competitor, in a short period of time. So that was bothering me about this bill in the first place. What I learned during testimony and also from the sponsor from Colorado Springs in the first place was that there's some trickery being done and some rather unethical trickery to lesser paid employees where they are told that they have to pay back the cost of training for their basic job, and as an agreement, part of their employment agreement, hey, we're going to invest in this training for you, and that just from the onset of their employment. So they start working, they get their training, and then they have to stay, and that's almost indentured servitude. So I didn't know this was happening, and that does sound like something that the Attorney General would be involved with. I was shocked to see the Attorney General and Deputy were both in the room in the hearing committee, and the Attorney General even testified. So for that, I think this is important that the Attorney General does have some tools to go after such employers because that's just cruel behavior. On the other hand, I don't think that there's anything wrong with employers who are ethical employers who are paying for training and expect those employees to return that favor by applying those skills that they learned on the job. Otherwise, pay that back if they do not apply that return on that employer's investment within a reasoned period of time that they both agree to. The issue I'm going to have, though, is that there's all pulled out together under this one bill. So I'm not sure at this point whether I'm going to be a yes or no. I'd love to see this split into two sections, allow one and disallow the other. But anyway, it's a quality conversation. I appreciate the conversation from the good senator from El Paso County.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we have a lot of stuff going on. I respectfully ask for an aye vote for House Bill 1324. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1324. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1324 passes. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The question is, should the committee rise and report? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 26, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report. It has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 64 is amended. Senate Bill 151 is amended. Senate Bill 192 is amended. Senate Resolution 3 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1235 is amended. House Bill 1324 is amended. House Bill 1337 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 208, House Bill 1230 laid over until April 29, 2024 and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Heard this? I said House Bill. Senate Bill 64 is amended, Senate Bill 151 is amended, Senate Bill 192 is amended, Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, passed in second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1235 is amended, House Bill 1324 is amended, House Bill 1337 is amended, passed in second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 208, House Bill 1230 laid over until April 29th and retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of memorials. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 005 until Tuesday, April the 30th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 5 until April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Joint Memorial 5 will lay over until April 30th.
Colleagues, we're going to pause for a few minutes. We're going to be taking up 3 more bills, and we got to get the special orders and the setup to do 3 more bills. Upon that, we will end the floor and then go to committees. And other than reading bills across the desk, we'll hopefully see you all on Monday.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. Senate will come to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 76, Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 213 on special order, second reading of bills at the hour of 1:32.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bill 76, Senate Bill 207, and Senate Bill 213, although, full disclosure, Senate Bill 213 is going to be laid over. At the hour of 1:31 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 1:31 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders. Second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
That's not me snarky.
Listen here. I've been with you for 5 years in this fucker.
6.
Well, it feels like 5.
Good.
It was a journey.
All right. The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you heard by the President and sponsor, his bill is not ready, so we are laying over Senate Bill 213 until Monday, April the 29th.
Motion before us is to lay over Senate Bill 213 until Monday, April 29th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No! The ayes still have it. Senate Bill 213 will lay over to Monday. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 76?
Senate Bill 76 by Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez and Representative Lindstedt concerning measures to address efficiency in the regulation of existing marijuana licensees.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Remove Senate Bill 76 along with the Finance and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Finance Committee report. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we made a number of changes to the policy in response to feedback from stakeholders in the department. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we further adopted amendments that reduced the fiscal note down to 0. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that comes, members, it's been 10 years since marijuana regulations took effect following the passage of the constitutional amendment. And in that 10 years, we've been able to look back now at what we did as the very first state of the union to try to bring the regulations up to date. I won't go into too many details. I will just say that we're attempting to streamline many of those regulations to change the focus from burdensome, unnecessary regulations for more of a focus on public safety and streamlining things for CARO businesses. We work very closely with the industry, with marijuana safety advocates, and with Marijuana Enforcement Division, who are all working very nicely together on this piece of legislation. I'm very thankful for that, and I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I voted no on this in appropriations. I looked and things happen so quickly in appropriations. I saw one of the sponsors' names and I went to no. But then I realized who the other sponsor was and upon reflection, I became a yes. And so I'll be an aye vote.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 76. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 76 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 207?
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Fenberg and Hansen and Representatives Soper and Valdez concerning access to distributed energy and in connection therewith establishing requirements for the development of inclusive community solar capacity that investor-owned electric utilities must make available to utility customers and requiring the acquisition of distributed generation facilities paired with energy storage.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 207 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report and the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report. Thank you.
To the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Transportation and Energy Committee did not make any substantive amendments, but there were some in the next committee.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee, I believe, accepted 3 amendments that were discussed at the Transportation Committee and then adopted in the Finance Committee. We did several things that either clarified some language on how we are referring to customers and subscribers, as well as some language around clarifying some information around the community solar program. No major changes to the original concepts that were in the bill.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated money for the bill, which is all from cash funds at the PUC.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. President Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have just a couple of amendments, but long story short, this is a bill that builds on the successes that we have had as a state in community solar. Community solar is an option for folks who want to participate in transitioning to solar energy, but for whatever reason don't have a rooftop or a property that can facilitate that. Either it's an apartment, they're a renter, they live in a building for whatever reason is not conducive, maybe it's shaded, doesn't have the right roof, and allows them to buy into solar production that's off-site, but still acts essentially as an offset to their bill. It's something that has been very important for the state of Colorado. We actually were the first state to create this type of program. It has now been replicated in states all over the country. However, we have actually fallen behind, and a lot of states, I would say, do it bigger and better than Colorado does right now, and this is a way to sort of revamp the program, create more certainty for the developers, and most importantly, I think, is it revamps the program in a way that it especially benefits low-income customers in the state of Colorado. They get to invest in renewable energy and actually get a larger deduction on their energy bill because of this program and because of the support that has come from the Inflation Reduction Act. That is the intent and purpose of the bill. I do have a couple of clarifying amendments that we are going to offer.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
L006,
President
amendment
Fenberg.
to bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L6.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L6 is just largely cleaning up language. There were some typos and some clarifying language that was needed. For instance, it refers to the Generally Assembly instead of the General Assembly. Ask for an aye vote.
Very important amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007?
L007, amendment.
President
Bill.
Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L7.
To the amendment.
This is an amendment that was based on feedback and a suggestion or a request from one of the smaller IOUs, investor-owned utilities, electric utilities, and it changes the capacity requirement from 4 megawatts to 3.5 megawatts. And this was a request that came, I believe, from Black Hills.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010?
L10, amendment printed bill, page 5, line 12.
President
after-
Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L10.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, again, is something that came up in committee. I believe this came from Xcel Energy, and they were wondering if this program that this was creating was going to live on top of the existing community solar program, which is not the intent. And so this clarifies that the current community solar garden program would essentially be replaced by this new version of it. So there wouldn't be dual programs moving forward at the same time. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L10 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L12?
L12, amendment printed bill.
President Fenberg.
Page 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L12.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that clarifies the cost recovery that is allowed by investor-owned utilities for the investments and expenditures that they incur based on the administrative and IT expenses, et cetera, to administer the program. I think this was implied, but this just provides assurances that they can recover those costs at the commission as long as they are prudently incurred and approved by the commission.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L12 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we heard Senate Bill 207 in committee, Transportation and Energy, and good bill. I support solar. Reading through the bill, there's one part that I thought was particularly onerous and unfair. It was requiring community solar billing to be piggybacked on a utilities billing. I myself actually have 3 different utility bills. I pay my United Power bill, and then I have 2 different sets of solar panels that I got 2 different time periods. So I pay them separately, and quite honestly, I find it to be advantageous in budgeting and deciding when to pay which one and which account to pay out of. So I hope the sponsors would consider this a friendly amendment. I brought it to their attention earlier, and with that, I move L001 to Senate Bill 207.
We are going to be in a brief senatorial 5. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After discussion with the sponsor, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Did a lot of printing for that moment. Any further discussion on the bill? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senate Bill 207, I got to hear it in Transportation and Energy last week. I don't even remember, but then could have been yesterday, and then uniquely within 24 hours, I got to hear it in Finance Committee. It's good to be the president sometimes. I had some initial concerns about the bill as introduced, largely around shifting of cost burdens, like creation of community solar gardens. Did then that put an extra burden on the rest of the ratepayers in the system? That and the language about consolidated billing and, trying to maintain some transparency and make sure consumers knew exactly what they were getting credited for and what they were paying for, and did consolidated billing kind of hide some of that potentially? I had concerns about that. And look, over the last several days, engagement and these series of amendments have really got me, I really wanted to be supportive of the bill minus those two concerns. And I think the amendments offered put me in a much better spot, and I'm rising in support in contradiction to my no votes in Transportation, Energy, and Finance, that the bill puts me in a comfortable spot, that I think we do protect the rest of the consumers, and would like to see the community solar garden 3 times in 1 week I've heard this bill, and got to a good spot and rise in support of Senate Bill 207. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 207? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 207. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 207 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had 2 bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 26, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 76 as amended, Senate Bill 207 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 213 laid over until April 29, 2024, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 76 is amended. Senate Bill 207 is amended, passed in second reading and ordered engrossed. Placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 213 laid over until April 29th, retaining its place on the calendar. Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to let you know now so that you have a week to prepare. Next Friday, May the 3rd, from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., the Colorado Democratic Latino Caucus will be organizing a Cinco de Mayo celebration. We will be on the first floor, west, how do you say it? Foyer. We will be having mariachis. We will be having grub. And so come on down, and we look forward to hosting y'all then. You have a week to prepare. There may be a green chili cook-off contest involved, but that hasn't yet been formally organized. If you're interested, let a sister know. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Transportation and Energy will be meeting upon adjournment. Let's say 2:25. That'll give folks time to get up there in Committee Room 352. We'll be hearing Senate Bill 95 and House Bill 1030 for action only.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Today is the 614th Friday since my son Alex was murdered with 11 others in the Aurora Theater massacre. Last Friday, I went to the 25th anniversary vigil for the Columbine shooting. I said hello to a couple of friends, and then I found a seat to show my respect and to watch and listen to the event that would be coming one day to remember our tragedy. A woman came over to me and she asked if I was Tom Sullivan. When I said yes, she said she was Lauren Townsend's stepmom. I believe she said her name was Jean. She thanked me for all that I have been doing, that it meant a lot to her, that she was sorry for how I was being treated down here. I've been working with my daughter these past several weeks, navigating thousands of the most vile, venomous, hate-filled, life-threatening emails and phone calls I have ever encountered. But these kind words from someone who knows what it's like pushed all that hatred aside. I watched the vigil, and when it was all over, a photographer from the Denver Post came over to me. He introduced himself, and he told me how he was a new Rocky Mountain News photographer when Columbine had happened, and that he had taken thousands and thousands of photos, all of that. But then when he saw me there, he had to come over because he remembered on July 20th when I came out of Gateway with a picture of Alex, asking everybody if they had seen him and knew where he was. And come to find out, I was standing next to this man. And when he's telling me the story, he's crying. And the two of us are once again back in that parking lot at Gateway High School on the afternoon of July 20th. So the policies of hate and fear will never defeat the presence of love and compassion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 2:30 today. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We'll just be reading bills across the desk that are coming over from the other chamber. We'll see you on Monday.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. today.